Thank you for remembering that.
Ready? Begin.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Madison. Before we begin, if I can make a quick announcement, we have our Inspector of Elections present in the front row.
I know you do.
They have 3 additional team members downstairs and have been present for the hand delivery of ballots this morning, but we are now going to call that portion and close the polls. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our annual meeting of the members. Thank you.
Okie dokie. All right, agenda. Pine Mountain Club Property Owners Association, Inc. Board of Directors, open meeting, Saturday, June 20th, 2026, 10 a.m. Condor Room. Members are free to speak on a specific agenda item when the board chair calls for discussion on that item. If you would like to bring up a topic that is not listed on today's agenda, the appropriate time to do so is during the members' open forum. This meeting is being recorded to provide access to members and to aid the recording secretary in preparing the minutes. To ensure a respectful and constructive environment for everyone, we kindly ask that all comments be shared in a courteous manner and remain free of personal, argumentative, and disruptive remarks or gestures. Thank you for helping us maintain a positive and inclusive space for community dialogue. Call to order. Joshua Arman.
Here.
Mark Bailey.
Yeah.
Madison Bodorf, that's me. Sean Coulter.
Here.
Nicole Gates.
Here.
Randall Gates.
Here.
Andrea Schoening.
Yeah.
Douglas Wild.
Here.
Okay. Adopt the agenda. Resolve that the agenda for the Board of Directors meeting June 20th, 2026 be adopted.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carries.
Approval of minutes. Motion to approve the draft minutes of the Board of Directors regular open board meeting of May 23rd, 2026.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Motion carries.
Okay. Please note all PMC POA governing documents affected by approved resolutions and motions in these minutes have been updated to reflect the approved changes. Consent agenda. Consent agenda opportunity for public comment. All items listed under consent agenda items are considered to be routine and non-controversial. Consent items will be considered first and may be approved by one motion if no member of the board wishes to comment or ask questions. If comment or discussion is desired by anyone in the audience, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered in listed sequence, with an opportunity for any member to address the board concerning the item before action is taken.
So before we motion to approve the committee applications, I would like to motion to defer those listed until July's meeting because I made an error. I was under the false impression that committee renewals would be aligned with the election for the fiscal year for directors, and I was incorrect. They're submitted for the month of June, although we have some that were submitted early, so we have some names for a couple committees. I will take the additional step to reach out to the remaining committees so that we can get their returning members to initial their applications, and then we can move forward with the proper procedure, which is approval in July according to bylaw 1103A.
Second.
Thank you, Sean. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
You know what? I apologize. May I say something? Oh. Real quickly, for the folks that are online, yeah, the applications for these committees, we'd like to see more engagement, and I'd love to see more members
put in their applications a little earlier so that when it is time for the board to vote on this, we do have a larger participation by the members. That's it.
Yeah, we are doing what we can to increase communication to the memberships. I agree. We would love to have committee participation. And as far as the applications themselves, because they're initialing their original now, as opposed to in the past, they were writing a new one, and sometimes that new one would be very vague because it was like, I'm already on the committee, blah, blah, blah. By initialing their original application, the board will receive the full original, which is usually more detailed. So for returning members, we will have more information, and I agree that increasing committee participation overall is a goal.
Thank you. And then motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second, I believe.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, and officer reports. Start with the chair's report.
Good morning, everyone, and to those online, good morning as well. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to extend my gratitude for the board members who will be stepping down today. Though this past year has had its challenges, it's been my honor to serve on a board with cohesive aims in alignment with transparency, accountability, integrity, and dedicated service to our members. Though we don't agree on everything as a board, because we share common goals, the current board has been able to function as a true unit, and it is something I am incredibly grateful for. Thank you for your service. Douglas, this means you as well. Thank you. It has been the aim of the current board to expand communication with members. And it's for this reason we have extended members open forum on many occasions so that members have the opportunity of being heard. It is equally important, however, that the board shares this same right. There are those who are currently making the argument that the board chair should not respond to member comments, and that other officers should also remain silent in the face of member comments that raise issues of high importance that impact the entire membership. Before addressing this matter further, I would like to take a moment to clarify the order of governing authority that the board is obligated to follow when conducting association business. In order of hierarchy, board meetings are governed first by applicable federal and California law, including Davis-Sterling Common Interest Development Act, the California Civil Code, and the California Corporations Code. Next in authority are the association's governing documents, including the CC&Rs, bylaws, operating rules, and business policies in that descending order. Robert's Rules of Order serves as a parliamentary reference and applies only to the extent it does not conflict with these other higher authorities. Accordingly, where California law or the association's governing documents address a matter directly, those authorities supersede any contrary interpretation of Robert's Rules. Furthermore, Robert's Rules does not prohibit a chair from responding to member comments. In addition, California law explicitly allows a director to respond to statements made or questions posed by a person speaking at a meeting so long as this does not constitute deliberation or action on official board business. Though there may be those who find a response to members inconvenient for their own reasons, this board values transparency and clarification, especially on issues of high impact and importance. It is the board's duty to provide timely, relevant, and accurate information to members, not only to keep individuals informed, but to clarify issues for the benefit of the entire community. Providing clarification on procedural matters, factual inaccuracies, or questions regarding association operations does not constitute interference by a board chair. On the contrary, it's important that communication from the board to members remains open and protected for purposes of transparency, accountability, and informed participation. The Members' Open Forum is intended to facilitate communication between the association and its members. It is not merely an opportunity for members to speak to the board, but also for the board to provide information, correct misunderstandings, and ensure that discussions occurring in an open meeting are grounded in accurate facts. In many instances, a response is provided not solely for the benefit of the individual speaker, but for the benefit of every member present in the room or watching remotely who may otherwise leave with an incomplete or inaccurate understanding of an issue. Silence in the face of misinformation, confusion, or factual inaccuracies does not serve our membership. Responsible clarification does. As chair, I will continue to ensure that Members' Open Forum remains a meaningful opportunity for members to be heard, while also recognizing the board's responsibility to provide responsive clarification when necessary and appropriate. Maintaining open, respectful, and fact-based communication is essential to effective governance and to preserving the trust that members have placed in their elected board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager's report.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and a big thank you for joining us today. Whether you're here in person or via Zoom, it's great to see our community come together. It's June, just over a year in my HOA tour of duty. Summer has dramatically increased our pace, and that's maintaining our areas of responsibility. Primarily greens and grounds, fire mitigation, and a few other new initiatives and programs in discussion that we'll finalize and market. But for everyone out on Zoom, please turn up your speakers. And before I proceed, George, please hit it. 1 second. But do turn your speakers up, please.
We have to turn our speakers up too, I can't hear it.
It's coming.
George.
Stand by. All right. Okay, all right.
Nice.
Shivers. Okay, I have a lot of updates. I'll try to rip through it. Several admin updates. Employee of the Month, it's an important program. I really, like the fact that we're recognizing our employees. Employees of the Month, April we had Michelle down there. In May we had Savon in the post office. June's Employee of the Month is Linda Glover. She's our HR clerk and she does a great job, amazing job this year. I've worked with her. She has done an amazing job. So thank you, Linda. Okay, new payroll vendor update. Okay, we transitioned to automatic data processing, ADP. That's complete, transition complete. We did our first payroll. We had a few issues. All those have been corrected, resolved going forward, thank God. And currently, no other issues pending. Credit card processing, the accounting department manager, in order to improve our credit card processing and to avoid manual entry by using separate credit card processors to upload into Northstar, The new credit card processors are in hand. Merchant IDs have been set up for final integration with North Star. That's coming soon, and more process efficiencies continue. Website and quarterly newsletter. The much-awaited website, the administrator is working on the final feedback provided from user testing. Go live should be within a week. As soon as we get a date, we'll issue that out, and I think everyone's going to be, pretty pleased with the product. I've seen the draft, and it looks great compared to what we've had. Operations. Big kudos to the maintenance team. This time of year, there's a lot of work going on. The last 2 weeks have been very, very busy. Our folks, our local team, did the handwork and clearance of 35 lots. And we're talking the maintenance team plus roads, that's about 5 guys, and yeah, 5 guys. And then we add a few more from Greens and Grounds, which is about 11 men and women. So, just to understand the level of what we're responsible for and the resources that we have it's a pretty tremendous effort. So great job, big kudos. The pool, I had pool is open, now I put pool was open. So we've encountered some issues with our pool system. The showers, leaks, cold water, temperature issues. We're looking at the softener that wasn't put in after 1.2 million, but we're looking at it now, and we will come up with a solution. I think myself, the community, and the board of directors would agree that it is time. The past oversight on the pool systems from the very get-go has lacked a lot of things. So I would like to direct a full assessment of all the pool system and all the subsystems, peripheral equipment, everything, so that we can determine a permanent fix going forward. I'm hearing a lot. We'll get vendors in so I can look at data, look at the technical side of it, and then we'll have the conversations with the board on what we need to do to permanently repair some of these inadequate systems that were just borrowed from the old system, and I'm not sure of all the details, but clearly, I've only been here a year, and we went through the same thing we went through this year we did last year, so we've got to stop doing that. Lastly, we've had contamination twice now in 4 days. Please, and to the membership, please help safeguard the use of the pool and preventing contamination. I recommend close monitoring. I have a 2-year-old. Close monitoring and limiting the time for toddlers, just to closely monitor that. If your children and toddlers, if they're not potty trained, we sell swim diapers. We'll post signage. If I can get swim diapers on site with the attendants, we'll get you some pool diapers, but that's required. More to follow on that. Condor Lounge and Restaurant, current initiatives discussed last month are underway. Those include menu top-down revisions, liquor inventory revisions, and purchasing controls, and improve vendor management to drive costs down where necessary. The Cafe and Lounge is a great place to dine in and enjoy your morning or evening, hosted and served by an amazing staff. If you haven't been to the Condor for any reason, stop coming, please come back. The food and especially the service is incredible. And thank you for any of the social media posts and support for the Condor Lounge and Restaurant. Appreciate that out there in the community. Please continue that discussion and recommendations to come see us. Equestrian Center, we discussed the new charter school-based programs drafted by our own Lori Harmon, a best-in-class equestrian center manager. Lori's been nonstop on all fronts to prepare for and plan support for these new programs. Yeah, we've had multiple discussions, meetings. She updated our insurance needs. We got all the data that we need to address any equipment needs. provided revisions to our existing contract. I'll be meeting with the equine lawyer next Wednesday when we conclude our director's training to get those revisions in front of her to craft us a new contract. That contract will be provided to all the boarders for re-signage. And we'll get the word out to all the PMC homeschool parents. So as of today, our programs will be rolling and launching in the next few weeks. So don't hesitate. Please call the business office, go to the equestrian center, learn and just, you know, see what we have to offer. It's going to be a great year, a great opportunity for the association and for the membership and the students. This upcoming year, it's just a huge venture. I can't wait to ride this year. Golf course, I know Mark has a bunch of updates from the Greens and Grounds meeting, but I wanted to add one of the things I really like, you know, besides fixing the cart pass, 6 owl boxes are posted. I got a photo on my update that I'll share on the board recap, but we've got 6 owl boxes. I have a photo for the recap. One's mounted on hole number 3, and they're throughout the course. We're gonna build 6 more. So natural predation, you know, for the gophers, because we don't want to continue to pay thousands of dollars to treat gophers. You know, we don't want to have to put, you know, traps in there and grab live gophers and, you know, do what we have to do. Let's let the owls take care of it. And I think it's going to be it's a great story, good discussion. It's cool. It's a good move. And that was recommended by one of the pest control folks out of 3 or 4 that we spoke with. Ongoing update, God, I hate to do this. Ongoing update on the Timco sweeper. I will never stop battling this sweeper predicament that we're in. I shared it last month, but when the new board convenes, we have one legal option in front of us. I'll share it with the board, the new board, to discuss. One legal option that could help us get through this and could literally make us whole and then some. I did call Timco. I was in here yesterday. I called Timco. I called them several times, and I got a hold of somebody, service center manager. But I pled our case. I'm going to get a call back, supposedly, so I'm waiting for that call back. But I want a conversation with the owner, with the manufacturing facility owner. You know, he bears some responsibility in his product. So more to follow on that. But, you know, resolution would be, in my opinion, still buyback, a permanent fix of the defect, and then also the legal option that would be discussed. Fire mitigation, big update here. So last year, after we got awarded the $867,000 grant, CAL FIRE grant, that entails 386 acres that they're going to treat in our community. Met with them last year, the entire command and staff, you know, lots of fire chiefs, you know, it was very cool. But, you know, another huge thanks to Peggy Hoyt-Volker, previous director, current Fire Safe Council member, and she specializes in the grants. She teed it up, and I just had to hit it. So it was great. From that discussion, I kind of walked away from that discussion proposing a digital fire plan map. And the purpose of the digital map, can you bring it up, George? Yeah. Okay, there it is. So Will Hustis from Current Fire Safe Council, he's an ArcGIS guy, so technical guy. He has created the digital fire map. So the fire map will include all work that's been previously done, current work, and proposed work. And these are all our stakeholders, you know, USFS, USDA, the field team, Cesar Chavez Foundation, field team, and then also, who did I leave out? Kern Fire Department, and then also the new stakeholder is the POA. When I met with CERT and EP last year in my first month or two, The big question was, what is the POA doing? What is the POA's responsibility? And this is gonna help us communicate it, share what we're getting done, and also help the stakeholders amongst all agencies, move forward with future grant work, future grants, to be able to apply those dollars and resources to maintaining what's been done. So it's not just, we want work done every year. We have to understand what's been previously worked so that we don't lose that work that's been done. Maintenance is required, to defend against regrowth. So it's a great thing for us. We finally will be able to kind of see what's going on, versus not. It's hard to believe that we've just never managed this for I don't know how long. So it's great. This will be a great product. It'll be on our website, and moving forward, it will likely help us get more grants. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, green belt work is in progress. In one of the identified areas by the PMC maintenance team and Joe, EC, they're now added to our work level on fire mitigation. I know there was a lot of discussions when I started of, we've never done work in the green belt. We've never spent our 50K budgeted. Well, we're doing it now. We're spending money right now. And the last 2 weeks is a huge concerted effort to push through and work as much as we can, before year end. On the work that we're performing, we're specifically identifying areas and working areas that will relate to a pending in discussion evacuation plan. The evacuation plan with the ability for mass notification when we have an emergency of any type is going to help us. We want to focus on a basic evacuation plan, all the nuts and bolts, so that membership has some direction. It will be an 80% solution as soon as we can put something out, and then we'll build upon that with more details. Okay. Also, some of the discussions that we've been focused on are with the county EOC. So we met with the EOC interim director. I just met the new director this past Thursday. There was a briefing from Kern County driven by a state initiative, and it's the California Wildfire Protection Plan. The CWPP is a 5-year plan, so they're getting ready to execute on the first year of the next 5-year plan. It is most of the things that we continue to talk about at our town halls, fire mitigation or CERT related, any events that we've done. It all centers on individual responsibility year round, not just once a year, but year round. It directly connects with the current Fire Safe Council's work and resources grant money to conduct HIZ assessments, home ignition zone assessments. I've had one done on my property, and if you haven't had one done on your property, please do so. Please do so. I mean, it will identify things that you may assume you're okay. It'll identify areas that you need to improve on. Once you get your HIZ assessment completed, please reach out to your neighbors and start discussing Firewise. Firewise USA, we started talking about the Firewise USA program last year, which is the way you enter into the program, a neighborhood of 8, I believe, Sean, 8 homes collectively agree and start entering data online, and then you'll get a certificate. You can go to your insurance company and get a reduction on your insurance. It may be a few points, it may be 3%, it could be as high as 6%, based on your carrier. But that is an area we need to focus on. We are last in that race. We do not have a single Firewise USA neighborhood, community.
We're this close
We're that close. We're close. Okay, that's,
With our first
okay.
bars.
Okay, good. We're close, you know, our neighborhood's looking good. Bishop is rolling hard with it. They have all kinds of Firewise. Tehachapi Springs was the first Firewise, and I hate not to win. I want to win. I want us to be on the map as the #1 mountain community across the board. So please, please reach out if you need information, have questions, please contact the business office. Okay, Clubhouse, current update. So we have one bid, 2 bids. We have 2 bids, just received another one day before yesterday. So we have 2 bids. We have 5 additional roofers, contractors that we're gonna contact. Once the bids are updated into our project management sheets, which we have, and the sheets include a quote analysis, that product with all the bids will be presented to the Environmental Controls Committee for review and recommendations, which will then be presented to the board for decision. If at that point, you know, Environmental Controls isn't satisfied with what we have, we'll go back to the vendors and we'll improve the bids and then we'll get it to the board. So lots of steam on that. We'll pick up the pace on that, you know, after we get through this week. But we'll pick up the pace on it. Ideally, timeframe targeted would be probably August, September timeframe, which should still allow enough window of time to complete the roof construction before winter, which is the goal. Okay. And also, we're requesting bids on siding and flooring to address our needs in the lounge and condor room. We'll get 3 looks. We'll get quotes on carpet all around, carpet in the lounge, flooring in the condor room, flooring all around. We'll get different material quotes. So we'll get all the looks and all the bids to discuss. Committees. You know, I had to put committees on the update. Please join a committee. If you are interested in learning more about PMC initiatives that are being conducted and you want to meet other residents, we have a lot of interesting, you know, highly skilled folks in our community. We have one helping us on our bids, you know, a contractor. He's helping us just because he wants to help. But if you want to share your expertise, we need you. We need you on our committees. When I'm, you know, next year, I'll be on a committee. I'm sure I'll be on a committee or 2. So I plan to continue some service, you know, to some extent. Definitely want to put some time in and help out. Safety update. Safety team leader is Andy Lanos, our roads manager, flanked by Michael Franco. He's in maintenance. Jeff Fredericks, safety lead, lead patrol officer, and Jobert Dela Cruz, accounts receivable. Each safety lead is responsible for ensuring department-specific training is conducted via our Go Safety app, which was purchased by our current insurance broker. That's a $1,000 app that he is paying annually for us to use. This mobile app has just streamlined the ability for our different departments to perform their training, and then we document it. And then we have a record to be able to manage ongoing training, renewals every year, and then keep the safety team very strong. The safety program is beyond what it's ever been here. It's beyond anything that I've ever had in place in warehouses that I've ran, and it's amazing. I mean, things have progressed to a level that it's very automated. It's more decentralized. We were centralized. Our safety program was one individual, and I can't. There's no way one individual can ensure that we're sound safety-wise all around. So great improvement there. Through our workers' comp carrier and their partner network, we receive free OSHA training. Various other safety training. It reduces our coverage costs. When we entered into when our program really took off and we started getting more support through this affiliate network, we saw some credits. We saw reductions in our coverage. It's incredible. To date, they have provided, I'm talking SLI, which is Safety Leaders Innovation, which is a affiliate of Treon, which is underneath Benchmark, which is our workers' comp carrier. But to date, they have provided the following classes. Heavy equipment training, which includes a skid steer loader, roto chopper, forklift certification, chainsaw training, train the trainer on all greens and grounds equipment, and train the trainer on transfer site equipment. So great start. July scheduled training is HAZCOM, another very important, critical area to be solid on. So that it just reduces our liability and risk, and it just improves the ability to oversee safety and keep our workers' comp down. Currently, when I started our workers' comp XMOD, experience modification, which drives the premium cost, was 97%. That experience mod, XMOD, is driven, it is managed through a 3-year process with total claims in those 3 years. So as we add a year and the first year of the previous 3 years drops off, it just helps us. In this case, we've increased our XMOD. We're at 99% now. So the safety program ties to this. This is how, as an organization, we can help reduce accident, injury, workers' comp claims. So, good stuff there. That's all I have. That's all I have. Thanks for your support. Please drive safely. Don't pass on the S-curves. Drive 25 miles an hour on the mountain, please. We've got to just, public safety is everyone's concern here. And just asking for your support out there to be safe. Don't pass on the S-curves, please. That's it. Thank you.
Are you sure that that's, just kidding. Okay, that's a lot. Thank you. Treasurer's report.
I want to say thanks, James, for pointing out how many moving pieces there are in this association. It's a lot to track, a lot to be on top of. So, sound check. All right. Pardon? That better? Okay. All right. We have George put up the financials. The Treasury report for June 30th is obviously for May's financials, since we're not done with June yet, and there should be copies on the credenza over there for those who can't see that screen quite so clearly. But, and actually, can we shoot to the recap, George? A little easier to see. Okay, there we go. Just trying to break it down like I did last month. You get basically two major issues. You have our assessments, i.e. where the money comes from, and on top of that, interest, sales, and fee income, of which we're worse than budget, $137,000. And that is principally attributable to the food service, which James already has commented on. There's a lot of action being taken there. We can go on that in a second. And then if you look them below, so we've had 137 less income, but we also have 500 and basically 17,000 less outgo, or lower expenses on operations. And that's, again, I'm going to go through that very briefly. A reserve fund contribution is just an allocation of the annual budget for the reserve. So basically, for May 26th, the budget was we would be operating at a deficit, at a loss of $37,000, where in reality we've operated it as surplus of 342, almost 343,000. So we're tracking almost 380,000 better than budget. I know sometimes the brackets are confusing, so I thought I'd just spell it out so it's easier to follow. Some of this is repetitive from last month because little's changed. Interest income, again, just the budgeting numbers for interest were not accurate in the budget for last year, and we're still dealing with that. The budget going forward is more reflective of reality, the one for the coming year. General and administrative expenses of 2.2 million is 144,000 lower than budget, which is always good. It's a lot of money, 2.2 million. 116,000 reduction in payroll expenses and a $75,000 reduction in operating expenses. A lot of that I credit James and his team's eagle eye on day-to-day operations and encouraging extra scrutiny when it comes to spending the members' money, and it's working. Association business is an odd category. Expenses of 70,000, almost 71,000, is 29,000 higher than budget, which was budgeted at 41,000. This is largely attributable to, well, two things. One, the Condor publication's costs go through here. So we have the Condor's publication, we haven't incurred a lot of costs, so there's been savings. That's 13,000, but the annual election costs, and I'm partially responsible for that, are larger than we're budgeted because we have a new inspector of elections. When it came to the bylaws being ratified in the past, you would have just a very small summary of what the actual revised bylaw was versus what we had in this package. What was it, 9 pages, double-sided, James? It really ran up the postage costs and the copy costs. But it gives the members the ability to actually see the preamble to the change and understand its importance. And really, in my mind, to do without that would have not given the members enough information who hadn't been already tracking it to understand why and how they should vote, or at least give them the information. So I think, and on top of that, we have, and I believe it's worked out quite well, we have, I believe, people who've dropped off their ballots today with the Inspector of Elections. We've had a lot of people last minute, oops, you know, it's a day away, and instead of trying to get an overnight package to Carlsbad, like our prior one, they can walk down here and drop it in the ballot box. So not perfect, but I think everybody's been asking for that, and I think it'll be probably a lot tighter next year. But I think it's a good service, because who waits till the last minute? Just about everybody. Thank you, Vicki. You're acknowledged. So again, the budget was much lower because, again, new IOE and a lot of new variables, but that'll get drilled down better next year going forward. Maintenance operations, 810,000 is 66,000 lower than budget. 24,000 reduction in payroll expense and 45,000 reduction in day-to-day operating expenses. Refuse and recycling, similar as last month. Net expense, 188,000 is almost 20,000 higher than budget due to hauling fees. And actually with cost of diesel and things like that, it's probably going to continue for a while, because they're pulling heavy equipment long distance to take these things in and out. And I think they also had California gives them, they have a rate increase, George, where they're allowed to kick up the rates. So they have higher operating costs. So Equestrian Center, net expense of 136,000 is 51,000 lower than the budget of 187,000. Again, this has been kind of a trend. We've had better fee income. The income of 94,000 was higher than budget by 13,000 due to lessons and other services. There has been basically 10,000 reduction in payroll expense, again, just to better scrutiny and keeping hours involved relevant to what's being done. And then 28,000 in operating expense due to hay expense, reduction in operating expense. Due to hay expenses of 32,000 being lower than budget by 24,000. Sorry, that gets confusing. I know we still have one more hay inventory. James, is that George? Yeah. Part of this is like any organization with inventory. One way you verify that you're expensing the right amount is you count what you have left. And I believe at this point we should be pretty close because we've already had a preliminary look at the hay inventory. And we do have some boarding fee receivables that are in arrears that need to be looked at. And George will be doing, if there needs to be a bad debt allowance at year end, it will be charged directly to this amenity because the revenues are coming through the amenity. So we want to match things up. So if there's any that are uncollectible, that will be something we'll deal with in June. Grow shop. Year to date, net expense, $5,000, not bad. 29,000 lower than budgeted expense at $34,000. So I guess we have a lot more people golfing. James and George are out there encouraging participation every day. So revenue of 117,000 was 25,000 higher than budget. Always helps. The incremental costs are not that significant. The more players we have, the more drops to the bottom line. Payroll expense of 98,000 basically were 5,000 lower than budget as well. So. Last but not least, as James already commented, food and beverage year-to-date expense of 140,000 is 9,500 higher than budget. Principally due to, and this has been mitigated by some quick response already on managing hours of operation and payroll. Revenue of 434,000 was lower than budget by $89,000. I think we mentioned last month that this is kind of a national trend. People aren't eating out as much, aren't drinking as much. So, and I know that's part of James's makeover right now going on to adjust reality. Adjust it to reality, so we're maybe managing inventory and the menu differently. Payroll expense lower than budget by 57,000. Again, that was a quick response to lower sales. Was cutting back operating hours and staff. And operating expenses of 209,000 lower than the 231,000 budgeted as well. Again, keeping the costs, trying to keep it efficiently, despite the fact that there's a paradigm shift really in the restaurant business and the lounge and the food service. So hopefully that will be improving very soon. Cash balances. I'm trying to the operating cash balance of 388,000 and the reserve cash balance is 5.7 million. Actually, the operating cash is lowering, the reserve cash should be higher by about 495,000 due to our county manager's excellent job in getting our funds into treasury bills, and it's just due to an anomaly on cutoff at the end of the month. So it isn't missing, it's just one's higher, one's a little lower, but we're getting 1.4%, 1.4% greater yield on $2 million of reserve funds at this point. We're getting 2.2% from our insured cash sweeps, and on treasury bills, we're now getting 3.6 on average. And George has set up an excellent system for monitoring that and handling automatic, no brokerage fees, automatically rolls over unless we need the funds or change the amount of funds available. So again, for transparency, one's a little higher, one's a little lower, but the truth is we're moving in a good direction. And the balance sheet, with the website imminent, a lot of this information will be easier to find. If someone wants to, even though it's still in the monthly board recap. But George has broken out, treasury bills are now shown as cash equivalents. So you have a cash that's an insured cash sweeps, which is fully insured by the FDIC and immediately available. And treasury bills are as well, but at this point, it's only mainly the reserve fund where we have a lot of time to anticipate when we're going to need the cash. And so, and I don't expect we'd ever need to sell a T-bill in the middle of its short term. We have some, 4 weeks, some 13 weeks. So, again, the balance sheet will basically show you buy a T-bill at a discount. So, $500,000 T-bill will be purchased for $495, and then when it matures, we get $500,000. So, in case anybody has questions, they can ask George. Yeah, again, a much better yield with a complete, full faith and credit of the U.S. government, whether it's FDIC or a T-bill. We're not taking any risk with principal here, which by principle is a good plan. Assessment receivable. We've been talking about this. At May 31st, we have 234,000 still outstanding, 4%. And that's 69,000, almost 70, basically greater than it was last year at the same point in time. Not terribly surprising considering the economy and difficulties with inflation and things like that. I put together a chart. Again, there's a handout over there if someone can't see these. But April, we had 344,000 basically outstanding. We've reduced that amount by 29,000 down to the 315,000 total of all uncollected assessments at this point. You can see we have 234,000 from this last year, 73,000 from the year before, and 8,000 from the year before that. So 315,000 still to be collected. The far right column compares where we are to where we were a year ago. And again, it's not a good trend line, and there's a lot of things being done to address that. But basically, all three categories in May 2025, thank you, it's 2026 now, we have 114,000 more outstanding. So it's a trend that needs to be looked at, and it's in the process of being looked at in ways we can do it. One of the things that has stood out, of the 234,000 in assessments receivable, 29, basically 30,000 are already in foreclosure. So it's in the process of, hopefully the foreclosure process gets us paid. And I always say that it's sad to have to even consider foreclosure, but it's a requirement. Additionally, though, 162,000 of this, of the amounts we talked about, have abeyance agreements, basically payment plans with Best Alliance, which is good. Unfortunately, the fees are high. We're not terribly happy with that, and that's probably going to be looked at with maybe a new vendor next year, so we're going to at least get bids. To see if there's a way to reduce the cost to the members, because if they're behind on an assessment and then they get hit with a lot of fees, it doesn't actually help them get on their feet again. But the statistic that stands out, of that 162,000 that are in abeyance, 88,000 are in default of their own agreement.
Randall, I think you mean 88%. You said 88,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. 142,000 of the 162,000, or 88%, yeah, thank you, are in default. So there's a payment plan. It's not been honored. And there is work in process to expedite notification of default on these abeyance plans, and to enter in a payment plan, it needs to be honored timely, or they need to be given notice timely that it's gonna go back, unfortunately, into a foreclosure process. Because it just, fees add up, and sometimes on a foreclosure, the POA gets stuck with fees that aren't covered by the value of the property. So I'm just, we're trying to find ways to make it easier for people to stay current in the first place and avoid going into Best Alliance whatsoever. And I think having the website up and monthly payments will help a lot. I know James has already said he's gonna have his on automatic payment. But we're working with Best Alliance to ensure timely reporting of member defaults. And as a way of not letting things drag on when they're not basically moving. So, all right, just not fun to talk about having to collect assessments. Reserve fund utilization basically hasn't changed since December 31st, 2025. As we've discussed, the plan currently is to get the details and not move faster than our capability to get things done properly. And I think James has got a lot of things in motion, and nothing's going to be spent out of the reserve till we have something in open session that's been vetted and approved and discussed. And, sorry, on that note, I'm deferring my motion to ratify the financials for May 26 in accordance with Civil Code 5500 and 5501, as the Budget and Finance Committee did not have a quorum this month, so they were unable to make a recommendation for the board to ratify it. But the board subcommittee has finished their review, so all we're doing, this is basically the financials will be in draft form, and then they will be formally recommended for board approval in July.
Second that motion.
Discussion?
Second on withdrawal my motion. Thank you.
I'm wondering, is that required, but we'll do it anyway.
Just to clarify, I deferring and my motion is to defer
Here we go.
till July, and Sean just seconded. Sorry about that.
That makes sense. Discussion?
Yeah, second.
Second. I got your second, Sean. Yeah, thank you. Is there any
You said
discussion? Yeah. All those in favor of deferring?
Quick question, with regards to the T-bills, are they 30 or 90-day?
Sorry, Doug.
With regards to the T-bills, are they 30 or 90-day notes or a mix?
We actually have George's very, I believe, well, it's at this point it's 4 weeks and 13 weeks.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
With what's going on globally right now, we're likely to get better yields soon because the market for T-bills is not as energetic as it was by the global community, so they might have higher auction rates.
I think you're
right.
Any further discussion from directors? All those in favor of deferring this month's financials? Motion carries.
Okey-dokey. Ooh. I always forget. We're just acknowledging receipt. Okay, the Board of Directors received the following minutes from the Bear Committee for June 2026, Budget and Finance Committee, May 2026, Communications Committee, June 2026, Governing Documents, April, I guess there were corrected minutes, 2026, May 2026, and the EC Committee for June 2026. Okay, motion to approve Environmental Control Committee project recommendations. There were 5.
Second.
Discussion? I have some information to provide to the board. Member submitted an email to the board in relation to one of the EC projects approved by the committee. The member stated that their concern was the agenda listed the item as a variance when in fact it was a build approval. But I have gotten additional clarification, and the series of events that occurred were that it was appropriately labeled as a variance on the agenda because it originally was a variance, and through the EC committee process and negotiation, the variance was eliminated. And the building plans were approved because there was no further need to address potential variance. In addition, I've received clarification that all nearby neighbors, Andrea, do you have the exact number of neighbors that get that notification?
Oh,
Like,
radios are
what was it?
300.
Exactly. Okay, I think 300 is the number I remember. So Joe informed me that neighboring properties in a 300-foot radius were notified multiple times. This same lot was discussed in multiple meetings, and they took every opportunity to receive comments and address comments from neighboring properties and members. I asked the individual who sent this email to the board to please come in person to provide any additional feedback related to their personal concerns with the approval. And what I gathered is that it's more of a concern around design from this one neighbor. Though, like we've already clarified, the committee did approve the plans. It's up to the board to consider whether this design is in alignment with the overall community aims. We have that ability. The board of directors have all been provided with the plans. And this, I think, is something we can open to member comment in case there is an individual here who would like to speak to it. So, because it's not really part. Well, I guess we'll do discussion among directors first, and I will give the audience an opportunity to comment before we vote. So, is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to defer next month on this particular project so that we can have a better understanding as a board exactly what the plans are. I know EC has approved it, but I've also noticed that there's a few plans that have been approved that neighbors might not have wanted to see in their neighborhood. So I'd like to take one more month to really look at it all myself personally.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. And discussion?
Do we want to approve the 4 projects and defer this one?
So motion to approve the 4
That's,
for this one.
that would be fine.
Okay, and we have a second by Mark. Let's open this up to discussion. Go ahead, Randall.
My only question is this a logistical problem on a delay of a month on something that's, again, I like the suggestion, but not having all the facts. Are we putting the builder or the individual in a position where a month's delay is going to cost time or money? Again, I don't know what.
I'll let Andrea respond, but I do know that from speaking with Joe, it's not uncommon for these to extend into, there are some who've gone into a year and a half back and forth.
Yeah, this has already been back and forth for like 2 months, and the members already had a big meeting where they were able to speak up. So we listen to all the voices. You know, this already happened. I think it's just a formality that was mislabeled, so it doesn't hurt to push it another month, I think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any additional discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve the 4 additional but defer the build project. Doug? All right, motion carried. Don't check out early on us. We still have you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, board.
All right. Members, open forum. The Board of Directors values and encourages member participation. This 25-minute members open forum is for members to share thoughts, ideas, or concerns related to our community. Members wishing to speak are kindly asked to step up to the microphone, address the board chair, and state their name, tract, and lot number. Each member will have up to 5 minutes to speak. To help keep the space respectful and productive for all, we ask that comments be shared in a courteous manner, free from offensive or disruptive language. While the board might not respond immediately during the forum, all comments will be thoughtfully noted and referred to the appropriate staff or committee for follow-up as needed. Questions that cannot be fully addressed during the meeting and require additional follow-up may be submitted in writing or emailed to the recording secretary, and the question will be responded to within 15 calendar days upon receipt. In addition, the member's name, tract, and lot number must be included. Thank you for your continued engagement and care for our mountain community.
Last call for member comment. Okay, members open forum is closed. Officially, we may continue.
All right. There's no old business. There's some new business. All right. Motion to designate Best Alliance Foreclosure and Lien Services Corp. As agent for association and hereby authorizes agent to authorize non-judicial foreclosure on APN numbers 328-092-15004 and 328-023-01009.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Chair.
I'm sorry, Sean.
That's all
I
right.
meant to acknowledge you and say yes. For some reason, I just did it.
Has Best Alliance already been utilized for these two particular?
These were the two properties that were deferred last month.
So they have been involved with these two properties in the
Correct.
past.
And that is the information that we reviewed in executive this morning.
Right, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was new.
Yeah, exactly. The new ones are the following motion, the
That's what-
initial motion.
Okay, that's
the-
what I was worried about.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional discussion? All those in favor? All right, motion carries.
Motion to defer designation of Best Alliance Foreclosure and Lien Services Corp. As agent for association to authorize non-judicial foreclosures on APN numbers for Exhibit A1 65/2026 for 30 days so that management can determine which of these lots are non-buildable and whether that might provide additional options to foreclosure.
Second. Oh,
Which one?
I give it to Mark.
That was
so we
Mark.
can take turns.
Mark got me
Yeah.
on that one.
Okay.
Shy guy got it.
We need to-
I'll open up to discussion and then I'll allow a member comment. Any discussion? Board members? Go ahead, Randall.
I believe the majority of these are tax sales that keep coming back, which cost us a lot of money. And we've been looking at ways of stopping this cycle where we foreclose and then they end up being taxes are in arrears. And then there's a tax sale, and then somebody else thinks, without really maybe doing complete due diligence, that they want to buy them, and then they don't pay the assessment, and we keep going around and around, incurring fees and usually eating the costs. It seems that once we foreclose, we have the opportunity to stop this carousel going around, but I don't know what delay gives us at this point, because we really have no authority over the property until it's owned by the POA.
Point of order, I apologize, Randall. I need to make sure that the audience remains in order.
Okay.
Please, no more disruptions. Go ahead.
In looking at we recently had a number of lots that have been purchased on tax sale that never paid anything, and they're now foreclosed. And there is a process by which the POA can basically acknowledge that these lots are perennial problems, and if they're unbuildable, there are things we can do to keep them from going through tax sale. But I guess I don't know how the delay in foreclosure helps us in that manner. It seems like in this case we need to go ahead, get title, and then make sure. I mean, we've looked at some lots that were already foreclosed on that George identified, hey, they're coming up on the tax, Kern County for tax sale. And I think one of them we can preempt from rotating, and two are actually potentially buildable and useful, but I don't see the benefit actually of waiting another month on these when really most of our options, we really only have options once they're actually in our ownership again. So that's.
Do we have a general time frame for how long it takes a foreclosed property to enter a tax sale?
2 to 3, 4 years. Yeah, usually 5 years. They get a million notices and whatnot.
But it's longer than a month, is my point. So it sounds like, I just want to clarify that if we want to avoid the tax sale and we do change course against the motion, that we would have a window of time. We wouldn't have to worry. Okay. So in that case, do you want to make an additional motion?
I would move that we do not defer description of these properties as identified in Exhibit 1 and proceed with the normal course of business, and with the plan that we have that period of time after we own it to ensure that these don't just go back into a random tax sale where the buyer's didn't understand there's assessments due and other fees that we end up eating a lot of. These lots really, when they're sold for tax sale, we're basically getting nothing on it, right? We foreclosed, we haven't gotten our assessment, and now someone else has it, and it's likely once they see that these are difficult or impossible to build, they're just going to cycle again. So, yeah, sorry, that's my motion. I guess I got carried away. So I move that we do not defer but execute.
So do you need me to take back my second off of the motion?
I believe we do.
All right,
think it was-
remove my second.
It was Bailey.
Or is it was Bailey?
Yes, I removed my second, but I wanted a discussion. That's why I seconded it.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
My motion
So
is.
do we have a new second? for
Second.
Randall's motion to approve.
I did it. I did it.
Never mind.
You seconded?
I did.
Woo!
The secretary could do it too. It's rare.
She never gets a chance.
I never
got a letter. Any further discussion on the new motion to approve? Okay, all those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We did have a member requesting comment. If any member would like to comment on the motion to designate Best Alliance as our agent. Excuse me, there's no audience disruption allowed. Please, if you would like to approach the podium, if you have a question for the board, you're welcome to approach the podium. I will give you, go ahead, you may approach the podium. Oh, in fact, you're not supposed to attend open board meetings unless you are a member. It's not the board's choice, it's actually a policy, and it's actually, okay,
Have a good day.
we will welcome your attendance when that occurs.
Shut the door on your way out. We'll see you. Have a good day. Shut the door.
Okay, so, unless there are additional member comments, which it does not seem like there are, all those in favor, once again? And I'm assuming, okay, motion carries, thank you.
Motion to approve the Halls, yay! Motion to approve the Halls contract for POA employees with the intention to initiate this contract July 1st, 2026 at the start of the fiscal year.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
I just wanted to say, whoever did the background research on how that dovetails with our other coverage, they did an excellent job, and it should be noted.
Oh, thank you. That's to James and Leilani.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Leilani.
Yes, thank you, Leilani. That's right, she's here. She's never here. Yay. And Gail also helped to provide some additional information that supported what Leilani was communicating.
Thank you.
It was a team effort.
I would like to,
Discussion?
yeah.
All right,
Yes,
John, then Randall.
Just so that the community understands, this is a very valuable item for our employees. And if we utilize it, if our employees utilize it twice, it pays for itself. And so Halls is doing us a huge favor, our employees a huge favor, and I really do appreciate that Halls does offer us this type of service for our employees. And again, it's a minimal cost to the community, but it's a valuable asset for our employees. And I really think that that they are well deserving of this service.
Yes, so for clarification to members, the Halls contract is coverage for ambulance for staff, and it covers them anywhere in the county. We, as a board, deferred this item multiple times because we needed clarification on whether it was simply a perk or whether it served some greater purpose, and we found out that it does allow us to keep our insurance costs down because it prevents these ambulance rides from hitting our gap insurance. So it's a valuable service. We now understand more fully why it has been approved year after year, and we can provide future boards with that information and understanding now. I think Randall had something to say.
Just to clarify, and I should have brought this probably up earlier. I like contracts to be in resolution form, not motions. And there's a lot of times details get lost when it's a motion. What's the annual fee on this again?
$3,600. It's $100 per employee for 36 employees. And I apologize because I know you did bring that up, and I think the reason it got overlooked was because we were eager to wrap this.
No, I understood, but I want to add something that we've been adding to all contract approvals and that we designate and authorize our general manager, James Williams, to execute this contract. I'd like to keep this habit, this procedure going and very clear. The contracts are not to be executed unless the board has authorized them to be executed and named the parties that can execute.
So will you give us, please, an additional motion to amend in that case, and let's add that.
Yes, my proposal is that, as stated, we approve the Hall's contract for POA employees. The annual amount, for not to exceed amount of $3,600. That's the contract amount?
Yes.
Okay. And also authorizes General Manager James Williams, or in his absence, the Chair, Nicole Gates, the authority to execute this contract. In the past, that's the motion.
Then I will rescind my second of the original motion, and I will second the new motion.
Excellent. Discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Right, Mark is not present. But motion carries. Thank you, and I appreciate that comment, and I will track that more carefully in the future with contracts. I think it's incredibly important.
All right, so the board did receive the environmental control recap for the month of May 2026 and the patrol recap for the month of May 2026. We also received 11 items of correspondence. Now we're on to Directors Forum. I'm up first for the Bear Committee. The Bear Ambassador is currently working with Patrol to collect data and collate data, and they're figuring out how to do that moving forward. We do officially have a PMC POA email address for the Bear Ambassador, and we'll be making that public soon. We're also going to be starting an STR campaign for increasing bear awareness for STRs and short-term people coming into our community. We do need more members, so I think we have a new person who's coming to our next meeting, which is very exciting, and we need more people. We are always combating misinformation spread about our community online, so I encourage you, if you see anything online about our committee, please just ask a committee member for clarification so you can actually know what's going on. Committee members are very lovely people dedicating a lot of volunteer time to trying to educate our community to live more peacefully with bears. So yes, please just get the information straight from the source and get involved or come to a meeting. We have a good time and we have snacks, usually gummy bears. Yeah, or our chair makes cookies actually in the shape of bear paw prints. That's how chill we are. So it's a very positive experience, and we're all trying to do good work. So please come get the information from us directly. Thank you so much. Next, we have Director Randall Gates, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance was dark due to lack of a quorum.
Okay. All right, and then we have me again on behalf of Liaison Zielinski from Communications. The new member packets they were working on have been completed. Website user testing is in the works. And the Condor has been printed and it's on its way to all of you. So be on the lookout. Yes, very exciting. Oh, yes. Oh, just kidding. They've begun work on the new member packet. Long project. Okay. Whoops. Okay. All right. Directors Coulter and Armin for emergency preparedness.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I'd like to really commend the emergency preparedness for all their duties and all their work for this community, not only with the emergency preparedness, but also with the radio network and with CERT. And also Red Cross. So these are valuable organizations and valuable communities that we really should need to start bringing in more members to participate. I would look forward to next year because we have done so much work this year, and it's just the beginning. We are going to continue our endeavors into educating the community, making sure that more people get involved with CERT and with Red Cross. And if you don't have your radios, please come down to the clubhouse, pick up a radio. They're very inexpensive. We have a wonderful man, James, who will program them for you if they're not programmed, but I believe they are already. They're pre-programmed. But he'll also teach you how to use them. He comes into the clubhouse once a week, I believe, Tuesdays, and very mellow, have a Coke, have a beer, sit and discuss things with him, and he's very open to all those discussions. CERT really could use people to come in and be a part of it. We are going to have a breakfast, I believe, here next month.
July 11th.
July 11th, yeah, next month. I encourage everybody. The last one we had was a pancake breakfast. Huge success, huge. And I mean, this place was full. They opened up the doors and it was all the way back. So it's a really great time. You get really educated on what we're doing as a community and what you can do for your personal protection. So I, again, encourage that to happen on the 11th of next month. And I wanted to really commend and thank everybody that's been on these committees and these organizations for all their hard work and continued success. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Schoening for Environmental Control.
Yeah, it was solar to deck extensions and the family home we talked about earlier.
Thank you. General Manager Williams for Family Resource Ad Hoc Committee.
Family Resource Committee's dark and in need of volunteers. If you would like to join the committee, please reach out. If you have any questions, we can help guide you. But we need a lot of support on that committee. It's a very critical one, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Randall Gates for Governing Documents.
Governing docs was dark for June.
Okay. Director Bailey for Greens and Grounds.
Thank you. Okay, we got together on June the 12th, 9 a.m. The big talk of the day was that it was amazing to get the greens punched in one day. Apparently, we always contract that out, but the full crew knocked it out. And I'm guessing, James, we got some kind of a puncher, right, to do it ourselves?
Yeah, we, I think typically in the past,
Okay, for those at home, we've had it for years, but never used it. But it was, everyone thought it was quite amazing. It's going to save us $5,000 a year. And like I said, we used our own employees. And the following week, they was going to go ahead and punch and fertilize the fairways. And they're working on weed abatement. And because we are saving that $5,000 a year by having the puncher that we've never used, we are now considering also punching the ball field. Gopher treatment will be contracted out on an as-needed basis. In May, there was 595 rounds of golf. More signage was suggested for walkers and families to stay off the course. The pro shop needs a supply of t-shirts, as there was about 60 people came in looking for them over Memorial Day weekend, and we had no inventory. The park, the family park, the men's room door was unfortunately kicked in, and the parts were ordered. The pool shower issue was repaired, although I don't know if some things happened in the time being. But let's see. And the next meeting has been moved to, instead of the 1st, and it's been moved to the 10th. And I would like to thank the committee. It was a pleasure to work with great bunch of ladies and gentlemen. They actually implement what they say they're going to do. And a lot of them even volunteer themselves to work on the tee boxes and such. So thank you for the Greens and Grounds Committee. It was an absolute pleasure working for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Coulter and Armand for Kern Fire Safe Council.
The first thing I'd like to do is really thank Kern Fire Safe Council for all their due diligent work for our community, not only with the grants that they've been getting for the whole mountain of Los Padres and Kern, but the $800,000 grant they did for us, Pine Mountain Club, for fire mitigation. Will has been up here quite a bit this year, our last couple of months, doing the FireWise certifications for the different homes. He did 8 of them in one day in my area alone. So he's out there, he's willing to do it, he wants to do it. I applaud Kern Fire Safe Council for all their due diligence. If you want to have your home assessed, please reach out to Kern Fire Safe Council at their website. Reach out to Will. You can even reach out to George to get more information. It's a valuable asset for this community to become a FireWise community, not only for our protection, but also for your pocketbook, because it will save you money on insurance. And if there is a fire, your house will be safe. So I really do encourage everybody to get involved with the FireWise program and Kern Fire Safe Council. When you see them at the different events, like they did at the Lilac Festival, they're there every time we have an event. They're always there. They're always willing to speak up to you and talk to you about things. Say hi to them. Give them a little bit of support. They need that. All right, thank you. And have a beautiful weekend. And gentlemen, thank you very much for your service. I really appreciate what you guys did for us this year.
Thank you. Director Nicole Gates for Planning.
The Planning Committee has made pretty good progress working through the strategic plan action items, and this month reviewed one on addressing potential water conservation on the association grounds, with plans to gather additional input from Mil Potrero and see from their end what their current plans are as far as scheduling water use, etc., and communication to members on an ongoing basis. Yeah, that was it. We will next move forward into tracking the items that relate to individual committees, from the survey questions the Emergency Preparedness Committee and the Bear Committee provided, in order to give them additional feedback specific to their committee work, and to do so without interference with individual committees' agendas, etc. The committee's next steps are to educate themselves by fully reading committee minutes so that we have a good handle on what they've already been accomplishing, again with the goal of tracking these action items, making sure that they're accomplished but with minimal interference in other committee work.
Thank you. Director Wild for Mil Potrero Mutual Water Company.
Well number 11 out here is finally coming online. And most importantly, most of you should have your ballots for the water company. Please, please vote. I think they had to do a second vote last year, and that's expensive. That's our excuse me, that's our money. You know, it's not as exciting as voting on the association, but it's equally important, and maybe more so, because if you don't have water, you can live without a pool or a golf course or an equine center. not so much water, and they do a wonderful job. They're efficient, I believe, and they don't get any love. I'm always the only one in the audience there, so, you know, they do a great job, and it was a joy working with them. As was working with y'all, for the most part.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. General Manager Williams for Pine Mountain Club Commercial Property Owners Association.
They got a lot of water in Bali. So, just met this past Tuesday, the PMCCPOA. They did a review rundown on the Lilac Festival results. Notable was the attendance. Through Wi-Fi tracking, they realized, I think, triple traffic. I mean, in 1,000 or so. So it was incredible. Their cost controls and vendor management were successful. Improved from the previous year. Don't have the exact numbers, but they also talked about the upcoming elections next month. When we convene, they'll open the ballots, and they've got, I think they had 4, they've got some vacancies, they got some proxies that are going to be voted on, so we'll see the results of that soon. Also, they were finalizing Wine in the Pines, which is happening today, so no issues that were pending. They are looking more property for the commercial properties. They are looking at improving the maintenance and cleanup. That's an ongoing discussion monthly to obtain resources to do that. They're also in the future looking at. There's a lot of issues over there, just like all around. You know, we live in the mountains, so asphalt cracks. So they are trying to get with our vendor to get some quotes so that they can. I think their approach is going to be piecemeal. Obviously, they can't redo all of it. It's an enormous expense. But that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, members rebuttal forum. The members rebuttal forum is a 10-minute period that follows the director's forum, offering members the opportunity to briefly respond to any matter raised by a director. Each speaker will be given up to 1 minute to share their thoughts. Members wishing to speak are kindly asked to step up to the microphone, address the board chair, and state their name, tract, and lot number for the record. While the board might not respond immediately, all comments will be respectfully noted.
Last call for member comment. Okay.
All right, so do we recess to members' annual meeting?
Yeah, let's go ahead and read through that, I guess. That was my error. I placed that in the wrong location on the agenda, everyone. I'm sorry. It should have been. No, actually, you know what? That was the placement on the example agenda, but it's odd because it's before your adjournment. But that's okay. Let's just go with it. So, as you can see, we will be recessing and reconvening at 1 o'clock for our members' annual meeting following the election. Well, it's going to be simultaneous to the election. This is just the wording I was having to include from the example we have, which will be followed by the director's introduction and vows. So go ahead with your adjournment.
Nicole, should we not adjourn this open board meeting though?
Yes, but the odd thing is that in our policy, Mark, that addition comes before adjournment. So it's strange. I agree.
So do we adjourn?
We're going to
or
adjourn right now.
No,
Madison's still going to go through this.
Okay.
But for some reason, I guess it makes sense that it comes first because otherwise we would be adjourned and I wouldn't be able to say that. Go ahead, Randall.
I believe the recess is how it is handled because we're not ending today's board meeting. We're recessing until we have the new directors, and then they're incorporated in the same minutes.
It shouldn't be in the same minutes because
No, they're two separate
it's the members. It's the meeting of the members So complete separate minutes. They're going to approve 2025's minutes, so we should adjourn this board meeting.
Just to clarify, the members' meeting is a separate meeting of members. This being a board meeting.
Correct.
In recess until the members' meeting comes up with the new directors, and then we reconvene and finish the directors' meeting.
Oh,
Again, I agree with you totally. The members' meeting stands alone, but it's not a directors' meeting.
So for clarification, Randall is saying the reconvening would occur following the annual members' meeting. And it does make sense according to this.
Yeah, that's how.
And that is what was copied from our policy. So it does say reconvene following the election, and now that makes sense to me. When I originally went over it, it did not. So we will recess.
I'm fine with that. I'm just going to how it's
No,
been
I
the last few
appreciate
years.
I appreciate you
Oh, no,
bringing
good.
it forward because, as members may be aware, this is the first year that it's been largely left to the chair and the secretary to prepare every single agenda. And we are now getting help from office staff, and that will be dialed in. But there are a lot of things we don't have complete information on, and we have to resource ourselves. So I appreciate former directors who have experience. I appreciate your comments and your information, always. Go ahead, Sean.
So my understanding then is that, yes, we as this current board are going to be adjourning, but we're also recessing till the next new board members come in to place. So we adjourn now with this old board, then reconvene with the new board. Is that correct?
I believe a recess would just be a continuation.
I agree.
Of this meeting, of which would end with the swearing in of.
Because I'm looking here and it says adjournment on this document.
That's
So
because
I'm just trying to figure this all
Hold
out.
on
Let
one
me finish,
second.
Sean. A recess means we reconvene. After we swear in the new directors, we would then adjourn.
Okay,
But to be honest, again, part of the difficulty in transition here is the gaps of information. If we have the minutes from last year, it should indicate whether the new directors are sworn in on the same minutes as this meeting.
I
Sorry, apologize, guys. but
agree
Yeah.
that based on our policy, which is what this agenda is a copy of, and the language where it's located, I think we should just keep a strict interpretation of our policy, which is that we recess to the members' annual meeting and reconvene following the election, which implies this same meeting will reconvene.
okay.
They are still on the board today, right? Yeah. You are still our board members today. So let's just keep it simple and
Okay.
follow the agenda. If for any reason we need to clarify, we can do so when we reconvene.
We're in recess as of right now.
We shall recess. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience. As none of us seem to have memories of this day last year, even though we've been attending elections year after year. Vicky probably has the answer. Okay, Vicky has confirmed that our interpretation is correct. Thank you. She has a very good memory, fortunately. Better than all of us. Initiate election proceedings. Thank you.
Am I online?
I don't know whose water that is.
Lost their water. Yeah. I wouldn't drink the water.
Okay, stuff on the telly. Snap, snap. Stuff on the telly, so we probably should move that. They are showing it on the TV as well. Let me ask George. Oh, yeah.
I know.
And gather, please, directors. Once we're gathered, we can convene. Thank you. Good idea, Beth.
All right, ready? Agenda, Pine Mountain Club Property Owners Association Annual Meeting of the Members, Saturday, June 20th, 2026, 1:15, Condor Room. Members are free to speak on a specific agenda item when the board chair calls for discussion on that item. If you would like to bring up a topic that is not listed on today's agenda, the appropriate time to do so is during the members' open forum. This meeting is being recorded to provide access to members and to aid the recording secretary in preparing the minutes. To ensure a respectful and constructive environment for everyone, we kindly ask that all comments be shared in a courteous manner and remain free of personal, argumentative, and disruptive remarks or gestures. Thank you for helping us maintain a positive and inclusive space for community dialogue. 1. Call to order. Joshua Armin.
Are you?
Okay. Sean Coulter.
Here?
Mark Bailey. Sorry, I'm going out of alphabetical order. Madison Botteriff, that's me. Nicole Gates.
Here.
Randall Gates.
Here.
Andrea Schoening.
Yeah.
Douglas Wild.
Here.
Everybody? Did you do Randall? Okay. It's not listed. I'm not used to it. 2, welcome and announcements.
Welcome. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your grace. This is the first year we're dealing with a new inspector of elections, and there are a few details we didn't have completely dialed in. For example, because they are live on site, and you can see them on Zoom, we won't have the same Excel spreadsheet tabulation live update of ballots being counted. And I've been informed by our inspector of elections that if we were to interrupt them periodically to get such a tally, it would be disruptive to their counting. And it is not my intention as chair to disrupt our inspector of elections in any way. So I apologize for that, for not having that. I know it's a valuable tool. Members are used to it. And like I said, I appreciate your grace because this year we were so focused on having additional services that were removed in recent years that other things ended up not being addressed. And we take responsibility for that. So we will have to sit patiently until the results are complete. And aside from that, I want to announce to members that we were told by our inspector of elections that any ballots mailed without postage were actually processed and mailed to them, and they were charged to their account by the Postal Service. So that's an added piece of very positive information. We can now move on to number 3.
Okay. Quorum determination by the inspector of election.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, board members and management. My name's Lynn with Accurate Voting Services, and I'm happy to announce that quorum has been achieved. Woohoo! If I excuse myself, sorry to interrupt. Can I excuse myself? And okay, all right.
1 second. Go ahead, Sean.
Quick question. Do we know approximately how many ballots were sent in?
Yes, I have over 800, and we're going to give you a final tally as we count as we go. Yeah,
Thank you
over
very
800.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. Woohoo. Okay, now, read and approve minutes of the 2025 annual meeting.
I'm curious,
Mhm.
is that comes after counting of ballots?
Oh, I skipped that. Whoops.
So, I have,
What do we do?
give me 1 second, because we have the minutes from
We just hang out.
last year.
This is the party time.
Yes, this all happens after, so we are going in order of the agenda, and so we will not be reading and approving the minutes until,
That's right.
Until the ballots have been counted.
yes, exactly. Hold on 1 second. Actually, 1 second, guys. I think we're good to go. We can continue because according to the minutes from last year, we can move forward, and it's not until after the reading and approving of minutes and members open forum that then we have the election results. So we can move forward.
Okay. So do you want to do the minutes now?
Yes. Let's go ahead and move on to the reading and approval of 2025 annual meeting minutes.
Okay, do we need to pick two lucky members of the audience?
We will need a motion from a member and a second from a member to accept the minutes of Saturday, June 21st, 2025's annual meeting of the members. Sure.
Fun.
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
And may we please have a second? Okay, thank you. Levon.
How do you spell Levon's full name?
Devon Lewis.
Okay. Thank you. Alright. Okay. And
So
that-
Finn, we are in the process of approving last year's minutes. I know that you've often been present for this, so your experience will be helpful. All members in the audience have a copy of those minutes from last year. If you will please review them, and I'll give you a few minutes to do so. We will then ask for your approval. I'll ask in a couple minutes by show of hands that we need more time. By show of hands, has everyone we're not approving at this point, has everyone had a chance to read the minutes from last year? Okay. All those in favor of approval of last year's annual meeting of the member minutes?
Terry.
Terry, are you in approval?
Right.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you all so much for your participation.
Terry said no.
Terry. Okay. All right. So we did it. We did that weird part. Okay. Now we're on to the chair's report.
I don't have a formal report for this meeting, so I'll just take this opportunity to once again thank our board members who have served and who are stepping down this year. To thank you for your service and for your time and everything that you've done for our community. And I also want to thank all of the candidates this year, especially the incredible response we had closing in on the deadline. It is an honor to have so many members of our community willing to step up and be of service in a role that is quite demanding of time and energy. And it's appreciated by us all, and I would love to speak for the entire membership and say that it's appreciated by our entire community. So thank you again. We value your service. I guess I would also like to formally apologize for the hiccups this year with having a new inspector of elections. There were details that clearly were not addressed adequately, and I take responsibility for those, as does the full board. I can promise you that will be anything learned from this experience will be absolutely addressed moving forward, and we will tighten this policy, this process, everything about it will be tightened up moving forward. And again, I appreciate all the understanding you can offer and the patience that you are so graciously extending, including with not having an active tally provided. As far as I think that wraps up my personal statements. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you want me to reread the blurb? Okay. All right. So I'm going to reread the top. Members are free to speak on a specific agenda item when the board chair calls for discussion on that item. If you would like to bring up a topic that is not listed on today's agenda, the appropriate time to do so is during the members' open forum. That's right now. This meeting is being recorded to provide access to members and to aid the recording secretary in preparing the minutes. To ensure a respectful and constructive environment for everyone, we kindly ask that all comments be shared in a courteous manner and remain free of personal, argumentative, and disruptive remarks or gestures. Thank you for helping us maintain a positive and inclusive space for community dialogue.
If any members would like to take this opportunity to share any personal comments, you are welcome.
Any vacation photos you want?
Father's Day.
It's a good thing.
Hi, Terry.
I've been on.
Will you, sorry, Terry, to
Yes, I
interrupt.
will.
You know your
I do.
Latin tract?
Look at that.
I get it out.
Man.
Okay. Take your time. There's no rush.
There's no rush.
We have hours.
Oh, we got hours.
Did I read Tolstoy or something?
Yes, actually.
Prepared for this. How many hours do we have?
4.
If you don't have your member ID on you, we can just take down your address.
First name, last name?
Terry Butler,
Yeah, actually, we can just look it up. Give us 1 second.
108
Oh, you found it.
St. Danton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have it. Go ahead, Terry. We are getting your member ID. You don't have to provide it. We have it.
Okie dokie.
Go ahead. Yes.
This is a good thing. I've been on the board, on the planning committee for 2 or 3 years now, and it has absolutely been a joy. You know, I know people have been asking for members of committees. They should do that because they will enjoy what they're doing, you know, participating and giving, you know, impact on what happens. But Candace was a year as the chair, and she was wonderful. And Nicole was last year. She was wonderful. It's just been a real joy. So people, you need to join a committee. That's what I gotta say.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Terry. Thank you. For clarification, what Terry means is Candace was chair of planning committee prior to my serving as chair of planning committee, even though we ended up mirroring that on the board.
And not to be a jerk, but I was never the chair of planning committee, but I was on the committee too, okay? So, you know,
An invaluable value.
thank you, yeah.
Addison.
Dream team.
I was the chair of the planning committee.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
So there's something to it.
There
Planning
is.
committee is like
It
a
was
stepping
fun.
stone to.
It's, yeah. You'll get
Yes,
there.
we
You'll
we
get there.
encourage your participation on committees. We hope to continually reinforce that through additional efforts being made in management, and brainstorming as many possible encouraging opportunities as we can imagine, because it is essential to have experienced, knowledgeable members of our committee in service. Or of our community in committee service is what I meant to say. Okay, so if there are no further member comments, oh, here we go.
Yay.
Oh, here, let's adjust that mic for you. Yeah. Oh, here comes Gail. She's an expert.
Professional.
She is really an expert. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Gail.
Sandy Ryan, 3508403. And guess what? This doesn't have to do with the pool this time. It's just a private comment from my own self. It has to do with the rules. In particular, one rule that my husband and I have known about for a year since we were called on it. And that rule is that apparently we're not allowed to ride bicycles on the baseball field. Specifically, there's a dirt track surrounding the larger baseball field. And in my opinion, this is the safest place in this village for little kids to learn to ride a bicycle. It's the biggest expanse of flat land. And apparently my husband was stopped by security and said, no, you can't ride bicycles here. And sure enough, he went back and checked, and there is a rule. So I want to ask the board to, direct whoever needs. I thought that they would be taking a look at all the rules, but maybe take a look at that one in particular. I can certainly see not riding a bike on the baseball field when there's a game going on, but most of the time there's not, and it seems like a really safe place to ride. And it should be a simple thing to amend that rule. Take a look at it. And here's my plug for the luau with the swim club. This coming Thursday, June 25th from 6 to 9. All members are welcome. Please come and enjoy the pool.
Does that mean the pool's open late?
Until 9 that particular.
That's exciting. So Thursday, tell me one more time, this Thursday.
This Thursday, June 25th, 6 to 9. The plan is hopefully to get James into the pool.
Even if
we're not planning.
Push him. Push him.
Yeah, one way or another, he's gonna get wet. And we're not planning to push the lap swimmers out of the pool.
Oh, fantastic.
Anybody who is using the pool at that time can just join the fun. Still continue your lap swimming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your note on that rule is, your comment on that rule is noted, and I will follow up by looking into it.
Thank you.
Absolutely address that. Thank you.
Sandra, it's gonna take about 10 people to get me in that pool.
James?
8 to 10.
James,
We got him. We got it.
Josh, and I can do it.
We already have volunteers. For those online who don't see, we have many volunteers in the audience and 2 directors.
And you might want to be a little bit careful because I've actually seen James in a Speedo and you might not want to see that.
Yeah. But the signage at the pool does state no street clothes, so we'll have to be careful when we push him in, that he's dressed appropriately. All right, lovely. Any additional commentary from members? Okay. Again, thank you for being here. We may. Yeah. Okay. I don't think we would formally recess. I think we're just waiting.
Just recess.
Here is where we all get to really get to know each other for the next X amount of hours. And like I said already, I apologize for not having a live vote tally. I know it makes this experience seem quite uneventful, but also full of suspense. So again, thank you for being here. Yeah, the board members will be moving around for the time being, and we will come back to our positions once we are closer to vote tally.
Leilani.
At 1:35. Yes. So we have a recess at 1:35 and we will reconvene. Thank you. Testing.
The mics? Oh. Alright, here goes. I don't know, it says mic.
Testing, testing, testing. Oh.
Josh's ringtone, guys.
We don't know how to turn this on.
Test, test.
Oh bloody, oh blada. Life goes on, rah. Yeah, I'll dance. I don't care. Will you guys dance with me? Hello? Testing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Radio check, radio check, radio check. Check, check,
It's
check.
not doing anything. What? Beep, beep, boop, boop. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. No. La 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 la.
I wanna go home.
So close. We're close, you guys. We maybe have a half hour more. That's it.
6 o'clock. So do they serve the board dinner too?
That's a good one. Yeah. Who's got it? Who's controlling the music? We don't even know.
I bet you it was in James's office. Right? Bet you it was in James's office. Bet you James and George did. That's right, James and George. They're always playing music.
Check, check, check.
Test, test, test.
Radio check.
Oh, it's just my voice. I'm very loud. Yeah, I'm a very loud guy. Okay, they're saying that they can hear us. Yeah, they can hear us. Oh, from that. Ah.
You cannot hear me from here.
Okay. That makes sense. That would make sense. But we don't have to really worry. They can hear us from now. I'm loud enough for the whole. And the music. We're in the car. Oh, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, funny. Now they can hear the music. Look, you can hear the music. Play the music back up. Yeah. Oh. You're gonna have to come in here. We can't hear them. They're saying something, guys. They've got the bout. Okay, we can't hear them. Somebody's gonna have to go downstairs. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to right now.
We don't need to hear what they're saying yet.
That's pathetic.
No, he was talking into the camera to us.
You shouldn't. We need to wait till. We have to wait till the meeting's like a few days. I have no clue what's going on. Leilani?
Test, test.
Nicole? The people are trying to speak to the camera. Absolutely. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll just keep talking into it until it works. La 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 la. Do 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 do. Oh my God, they know who won. Do 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 do. It's still not working. Please make sure the button needs. Oh my God. Are we gonna have tech issues right when still not working? Yes? I'm still testing it. Not working.
Radio check, radio check.
Okay, let's do it without a mic.
I'm still trying. La, la, oh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Testing, testing.
Radio check.
We are good.
Definitely
Thank
working.
you, George, wherever you are. Tell him thank you.
Yay.
We're climbing somewhere on it.
All right. George is probably playing golf right now, but at least our marks are working.
Okay. Randall Gates.
Where's Randall?
As soon as our directors are seated, we will reconvene, and I will allow the Inspector of Elections to update members. We're live. Okay, live stream is up. What? We're good, James? Yes? I believe we are ready to go. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. It was quite an exercise, and we counted all the ballots twice. So we went through that exercise just to make sure all of our numbers were gathered. We counted all of the envelopes another time. We counted the ballots another time. And then we went through the exercise again when we did the bylaws. So we've got our number, 841. So that is the total number of members who participated today. And that represents 28% of the voting power of Pine Mountain Club.
Ow.
Good.
For the Board of Directors election, I will say the names of the candidates and the number of votes each candidate received twice for their number of votes. And I apologize in advance if I misspeak someone's last name. Elizabeth Gilbert, 357 votes.
Oh, I can hear. Oh, for Zoom, for Zoom.
That one on the end.
Yes, for Zoom.
It's for Zoom, I guess.
Can you use this one?
We can carry it to her as well. The cord should allow, that way she'll be on camera for members. Yeah, so James, if we could replace that one with that one, if it'll reach.
We shall see. Just unplug it?
Yeah, just unplug. Well, it might be.
Oh, if we
It's a
just
mic.
switch. Gail knows what to do. She's our expert. Thank you, Gail. And she is a committee volunteer.
That one's definitely
Perfect. That's perfect. Thank you, Gail. You have saved the day twice now.
Can you please start over too, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can, definitely hear you now. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. All right. So once again, there were 841 ballots that were tabulated, representing 28% of the voting power of your association. I'll say the name of the candidate and the number of votes each candidate received 2 times. Elizabeth Gilbert, 357 votes, 357. Bill Lewis II, 294 votes, 294. James Bullow Latch, 116 votes, 116. Jim Dixon III, 521 votes, 521. Tom Seglia, 441 votes, 441. Mark Blethen, 591 votes, 591. Tony Harmon, 216 votes, 216. Debbie Bailey, 535 votes, 535. There were also some write-in candidates, and write-ins are allowed, so I'm going to go ahead and just say their names. And I apologize if I couldn't read the writing, but I'll do my best here. Chris Stadel, 2 votes, 2. Kim Howes, 1 vote, 1. Paul Mobley, 1 vote, 1. Candace Bennett, 1 vote, 1. Bill Tarr, 1 vote, 1. Ron Cressy, 1 vote, 1. And Mike Howes, 1 vote, 1. And there were also 5 abstention. So there are 4 vacancies, 3 expiring in 2029 and 1 expiring in 2027. Do we agree on that? Okay, so the 3 directors duly elected for the 2-year term expiring in 2029. I'm sorry, 3-year term, I'm sorry, excuse me, yes, is Jim Dixon, Mark Blethen, and Debbie Bailey. And the term expiring in 2027, Tom Seglia. Okay, so for the bylaws. And please let me know if you agree on this. So my understanding, outside of section 10.03, which requires 2/3 of the members to vote in the affirmative, the rest of these sections require a majority of a quorum. Do we agree on that? Yes? Okay. So our quorum was 841. So we need at least 421 votes for each section. I'll say the section of the bylaws to be amended and the number of votes in favor and against. Section 8.06, duties of the chair, 651 votes, 651. 143 against, 143. 10.03 budget formation. In favor, 535. Against, 168. Section 10.09, fiscal responsibility. In favor, 570, 570. Against, 129. Section 10.12, reserve funds, 521 in favor, 173 against. Section 10.13, borrowing restrictions. In favor, 526, against 180. Section 11.01, standing committees. In favor, 531 votes, against 167. Section 14.01, bylaws effective date. In favor, 532. Against, 166. And section 14.02, bylaws adoption and amendment. 534 in favor, 159 against. Therefore, all of the sections within the bylaws except for section 10.03 have passed. And that concludes my tabulation. Thank you very much. I'll get a clean copy over this week when I put in all the write-ins, and I'll get that over to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Lynn, to clarify, is that the certification of the election?
Yes, the
Okay. So
Inspector of
we
Elections
provide-
report. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We will need,
Yeah.
no, it's Madison.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, so I'd like to now introduce our new directors, but first, we need to adjourn our annual meeting of the members. So I need a member to motion to adjourn, and I would like Vicky Kraft to motion to adjourn the annual meeting of the members, please. Thank you, can I get a second? Who, you,
Oh, it's a tie.
Leilani did it, but Paul, I like all of you, okay. Thank you, okay.
We'll give it a third.
We'll do a third. Okay, All right, now we go over here to the, now what do we do? Now we're reconvening.
Yes, we are now going to reconvene our open meeting from this morning to introduce the new directors and have them take their oath of office.
Okay, and then it's 5:43. Right? Madison. Next time you trust.
Okay, if our new directors would please step forward so that our board secretary can give you your oath of office.
Yeah, to make it faster, that's what they told us last year.
Yes.
You don't have to do it again.
Yeah, you have to do it. You read it to them.
No, we know what we're doing. Thank you, Sean.
Oh.
We are actually, we know what we're doing. No, just do what. Have them read it. I'll read it.
This is your director oath of office, and now you're going to read it in unison slowly, and it's very serious. Okay, and I'm just going to watch. Everyone's going to film you. Yay! Okay. Very exciting. You can keep it. You can keep it and reread it over and over and over. Just kidding. Okay, now you all get to take an open seat. Kind of sad. Our old directors are gonna, yeah, we get to hug too. You'll take a seat and you'll get to sit through the last boring parts of our meeting. Yeah, you're not done. So Nicole's messing it up by hugging everybody. Yeah, go sit down.
Yes, if our new directors would please take a seat.
Sit down. Go sit down. Maybe you want to sit where your husband was. Yeah, you.
Yeah, because we're gonna reconvene just to adjourn. Testing? Okay.
Yeah, we have to finish. Believe it or not,
There's your seat, my brother.
I have to read the.
Randall?
We just have one boring part left.
What about you, Doug?
Where Doug was, yeah. I think we just have one adjournment portion left. Okay. Are we ready? I can't tell if Nicole's ready. Okay. We just have one portion left and then we'll be done for the longest day known to man.
Yes, thank you for bearing with us, everyone. For those who didn't hear, our inspector elections, because we had a microphone issue for a moment, she explained the reason it took so long is because they repeated their process twice for the votes and the bylaws. So they went through everything
Oh, wow.
an additional time, which is why, and I'm okay with that. I know it's not convenient to wait so long, but I'm okay with it being, with having that extra level of precision, exactly.
Okay, we're very close. All right, so adjournment. In the May 23rd, 2026 executive session at 8:30 a.m., the following was discussed. 2 potential litigation issues were discussed, and that's it. 1 contract.
Audience members, back row of the audience, please. Thank you.
1 contract was discussed. 2 hearings were discussed. 2 foreclosures were discussed. 1 appeal was discussed, and 3 director information and correspondence issues were discussed. The next regular open board meeting with 3 new people will take place on July 18th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the Condor Room. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.
That's it.
I think Andrea got that one though.
Don't forget to attend your director's training Monday morning.
Monday morning.
I think I've got a thing.
Yeah, should we announce that?
Oh,
We do have a special, okay, so that
Yes.
is true that the next regular open board meeting
Thank
is
you,
on
Mark.
July 18th. But we have a, what is it called? Special organizational meeting on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday at 5 p.m. It's very short, where we will, what do we call that? Something the officers. Nominate the officers with the new board members. Be there, be square. That's right, we have 4, not 3. We have 4 because Tom's missing. But he will be here maybe on Tuesday. Maybe not.
We shall
Anyway,
see.
That's
We
right.
shall see.
I'm tired. All right.
You
see
can't
then.
tell the future, so it's okay. We don't expect you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Job is hard enough.
okay.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
For being here. Thank you. Thank you again to all of the members who participated in this election. We value your participation.
All of you. What a good voter turnout. Holy smokes. Wow. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, I feel like a Looney Tunes.
Just covering our butts.